Hello and welcome to the dev stream. Got some exciting task items today. Don't get started maybe here with Kavita needs to inform players that Scythe uses mana. It's exciting because it's exciting to be honing and making the game better in small ways. These are not high ideas that maybe will work or maybe won't work. These are things that, we've played the game and there are items that have come out. This needs to be done. This needs to be done. This needs to be done. This needs to be iterated on. This needs to be removed. This needs to be changed. And we're slogging through these and knowing that each item that we do is making the game better and better and better. And we are swimming and we are moving toward that golden point of having a good game. I actually think the game is already good, but just keep on pushing it further. And very excited about that. So we need when you get an item. So I'm gonna go I'll start with the shop. Looking at the shop, we need some kind of callback for when the player buys a scythe. So let's see. So here's an on-got item. And I know that there's a couple special callbacks for when the player receives certain items. I'm going to look into the tutorial class and see if there's an on-got item in this. There is. And I'm wondering if that is where we're checking. Here we go. So here we have a couple special particular items. And I think that we'll do the same thing here. Oh, let me go ahead and check out that tutorial class. See what's going on. Restream. Oops. Okay. Am I streaming in 25? Am I streaming in 2560 here? I mean to be streaming in 1920. Like we don't need to have this on. I'm just putzing around with my restream stuff. All right. So for anyone who just jumped in to the stream, we're starting with this little sort of tutorialization that Kavita needs to tell players that the scythe uses mana. So I'm in the tutorials class, and I'm gonna just add a callback here. Got tutorials checked out, and I'm gonna do one more item check. So if you haven't seen the scythe tut, actually no. Yeah, let's do that. If you haven't seen the scythe tut, and the item data is scythe, and let me just double check that. That is actually the name of the item. It is. Then we are going to set a bool here. We're going to set the bool got scythe to true. And then in Kavita's conversation, actually, I'm not sure if, I think when a conversation, Well, I think when you, after you use a shop, the conversation ends, unfortunately. I think we're going to have to kind of work around that. Here's Kavita's conversation. I'm going to check it out and open it. So here's open shop. Yeah, I don't think you can actually put a node after that. So maybe what we want to do is put a branch at the beginning, and it's going to check for if the player got the scythe and has not seen the scythe tut. So here's that seen scythe tut. And then we are going to add a node here. Otherwise, we'll just go through with a regular conversation. But we need to make sure to flag right after this happens. Seen scythe tut needs to be true. So that this doesn't happen again. And then we need to put that little bit of dialogue that Jacqueline had written. You know what I wonder? I wonder if there's like an interact with NPC after shop sort of thing. It seems like something I might have done before. Or like an event on close action. Because that would really make things a little bit easier. Like on shop close. Let's just look for the close. Here's close. And then we call base.close. Interesting. So this is actually, we're extending abstract shop UI. Let me check abstract shop UI. Okay, so there is a close function. It doesn't look like there's any delegate action. I think it'd be really great to have one. I'm just wondering, should we put it in the abstract shop UI or should we put it in the shop UI? I actually don't even know why this class, why we're using inheritance here. Oh, we have a couple different kinds of shop. Okay. Let's make some super simple functionality here. I'm going to check out this abstract shop UI. I'm going to check that out. And then I'm going to add a action, like a system.action. Is it system.action? What am I doing here? System.action, yeah. That's basically like C# simplest variable for a function, where you can store a function in a variable. I find them to be very useful. And let's go like add like a close action. And it'll just initialize to null. I'm pretty sure that this already initializes to null, but sometimes I just like to write equals null if it being null when it starts is an important part of the functionality, in which case it is. Okay, so here's the close. Oh no, right here's the close. How does the inheritance work here for, I almost never use inheritance. Jenny made the abstract shop UI class. Oh, so she calls base.close in the beginning. All right. That's probably a pretty normal pattern. I'm wondering though, if that close function needs to happen after all this stuff. I don't think so. I think it can happen before. So at the very least, we'll put this at the end. We'll just say close action. Now the only thing is we need a way to reference the particular shop that is open. I wonder if we should just make this a static. I think that might be the easiest way to do it, actually. If we just made this static. Oh, we should also make sure that this is not null. So I'm pretty sure we could just put a question mark. Or a question mark before, maybe? No, that's not how this works. Okay, well, I thought that that was like some null coalescing feature. If close action is not null, then we're gonna invoke it. And we're also, very importantly, gonna set this back null. We're gonna say close action equals null, and it's only gonna happen once. There, now that should be very easy. Now in the tutorial section, we wanna set the close action for the shop. So this onGot item is definitely gonna pop while we're in the shop. Abstract shop UI.close action equals equals, let's go, we want to interact with, oh, you know what? I think we can just put it in line here because I think it'll be pretty simple. We're just going to look for Kavita, who may or may not be cached. She's not cached. So I think I want to go like npc motor.find. Don't we have a find NPC? Do we not? That's really strange. Maybe it's just game object finder. Yeah, game object finder. Find. Game object finder is my own class. A game object.find is pretty expensive, so I just have a game object finder class that any object who I know is going to need to be searched for just registers itself into a dictionary so that it's very fast to look up using a string. Find. We're finding Kavita. And then we're going to go dot interacts. Oh, that actually, so I guess we want to go dot get component. I am kind of in shock that we don't have like an npc motor.find. Is it like get npc or something? Think about a name. I'm really astounded that we don't have that. Huh. How do we normally do it, I wonder? I'm sure that in tutorials there's some NPC being cached. Here, Professor Clary. Nope, we just use Game Object Finder. Okay, and we literally just get the component here. It's fine. I'll just do get component interacts. We'll get her interactive. And Mike Goob, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate it. Oh, it seems my... Wow, that's interesting. I guess my restream chat is not working. I wonder if I can make it work here. I want to make... Oh dear. Mike Goop, thank you so much for the kind words about eShade. I really appreciate that. Okay, so we're going to get the interactive and then we're going to interact. And delegates in C# have this really interesting syntax. So we're just going to interact with Kavita right when the shop closes, and I think that'll work just fine. Hey, rock on. Glad to have been an inspiration, and I hope your game dev journey is going swimmingly. let's go ahead and give that a shot. I think we might be done there. I think that might be all we need to do. Oh, I guess the only thing is, oh no, that should be it. Yeah, should be it. All right, let's give it a test. I'm just going to set us into developer settings. Oh, we have actually already pretty good start settings for this. So let's go ahead and pop in. Day 7 in town. Yeah, let's go buy ourselves a scythe. Okay. Cool. All right, that is great. Why are these guys are identical and they're walking around? Might have to do something about that. Thank you, Mike Goob. It is, I call it pop-up 3D. And it's a lot of mix, really. I actually have a dev log on it. I'll just link to it just in case anyone is curious. But look at my videos here. Yeah, it's like a lot of stuff is projected onto these low poly proxies, like the big stuff, like the buildings. But a lot of the smaller stuff is just alpha cards. But then we have a few of these low poly proxies where Jacqueline does a full illustration and then I just make this low poly proxy. I break apart the building so that it makes sense, and then we project it onto these proxies. It's a very weird workflow, especially for our interiors. My God, what is going on with YouTube? Very confused. Okay, your videos. Currently I have no videos. Oh, there we go. I have this dev log. I'm taking forever, but I'm just linking to it here in case anyone is curious about that. Did it come from Restream? Did my message come from Restream? Restream is always confusing me. No, it came from Isha's too. Okay. All right, so that worked perfectly, and I think we're done. That works. All that verified. I wonder why that doesn't have a little green card. Little green label on it. That is so weird. Oh, there it goes. It just adds it later. Okay, cool. All right, next. Should add an owned or already owned notice when buying books. That seems like a very good idea. So we need to make sure that in the shop, if you already own a book, it gives some indication. So let's go ahead and go into the shop UI. Potentially the abstract shop UI, let's see. No, it's not. There's not too much in the open category. There's no loop, so it's got to be just shop UI. So here's the open. Oh, here's refresh. Okay, so in the refresh loop, we're going through all the buttons here, and we're simultaneously grabbing the item datas. And let me look for the part where we're like making objects non-purchasable. We want to make it non-purchasable if the player already owns the book. Hello, Grimmelberger. Welcome to the stream. Hello, hello. Okay, so here we go. There's interactable equals true. we're looking for, I guess all we're doing is setting interactable to false. I think that's all we're doing. So I think we want to put one more if. So here's the free case. That's a very special case. Otherwise, we're checking for the cost. I think first we want to check for one more thing. Oops, I need to check this file out. We want to check for one more thing, and that's if you own the book. So let's go else if. Oops, and we actually need some condition here. And the condition is if the item dot type, no, it's not that kind of type. We need the item data. Is this an item data type? No. Oh yeah, it is. It's should be an item data, right? Yeah. Dot, what is it, like category equals category dot book, right? Okay, so it's not in the category. Is there just a bool for it? Is book or readable? Okay, so it's not that. How are we making these things readable? Let's click on a book here. I'm just clicking on a book in the game. Okay, so it's category readable. Dot category equals category dot readable. Hey, Attic Attack, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the chat. All right, thank you. Yeah, if anyone is new in the chat here, wants to check out the game, we've got a Steam page for it with a trailer. Want to check out our store description or our screenshots, see what the game is all about. We've been working on it for 5 years, my wife and I, plus one other full-time programmer. Okay, so if the item is readable and the player already has it, and player dot inventory. Come on, really? Maybe it's just player inventory. What is this? This is a, okay, what we're looking for is player data dot inventory, right? Here we go. Inventory dot has item. Get item count. Do we really not have a little wrapper for just having an item? I feel like it'd be very useful. Anyhow, get item count, and then we're looking for an item data. It's just going to be b.item if that count is greater than 0. Hey, Marens. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for dropping by the stream. Appreciate it. Ask you if you plan on localizing it. I do plan on localizing it, yeah. Yeah, we've shipped 2 titles before, both localized. eShade was sort of a mid-tier hit, grossing in the millions. And this is our studio's 3rd game. And I think eShade was localized to 5 languages. And we might, I don't know, this game is very wordy. I think it's going to have over 100,000 words. We'll see what languages we'll be doing. Probably will be at least 4 or 5. Okay, so if we have the item already, then we need to make sure that the button is not interactable. This is interesting. So we can just change the cost. That's a really good way to do this. That is going to be so easy. So I'm just going to copy this, and we're just going to get a localization for Speaking of localization, we're going to get a translation for owned. And let's just go to our loc sheet here. Thanks, Attic Attack, and thank you for checking out the Steam page as well. Appreciate that. Glad you dig it. Hello, Ryan JQ. Welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you. Thanks, Marans. Appreciate it. Okay, heading to the loc sheet, we just need a new localization. I'm going to look for the one for free and just put it next to that one. Wow, we have the word free a lot. Okay. Oh, let me check this file out. Owned. And we'll just say owned. Okay. I think that's all we need to do. And then it should just put a little owned in the count. Hopefully there'll be enough space. The only thing I can think of is if we've got some long strings, I think it will use a best fit. So even German should fit. Always the longest. Seems like German is always the longest string for any given localization. Frau says, I have absolutely no idea about programming. The only thing I know is just a little bit about music. All right, rock on. We do a bit of everything in this stream. We don't do any music, but we do art and coding and design, everything. All right, I'm glad you dig the UI, Jeff. Have you ever used another IDE than MVS? I used to use MonoDevelop. I just use whatever Unity comes packaged with. I don't even use like 2% of the features of Visual Studio. MonoDevelop was plenty for me. I only switched to Visual Studio because Unity switched their default. So I just have been using the default. I've never really been picky about my IDE. Yeah, I don't use all the crazy. I mean, I love having autocomplete and stuff, but it seems like that's pretty basic. So that's pretty much all I need. And I very rarely attach the debugger, very rarely. And I find that usually I don't even end up finding the bug using the debugger or the breakpoint debugger thing. All right, so there we've changed the loc sheet. I just need to turn off our shop UI. And I just need to test buying a book. So that should be pretty easy. And we've recompiled, so that should have reloaded the domain. I'm going to exit out of a couple of these scripts. I just don't like to have too many open at once. Don't know why. It stresses me out. And let's just pop into play mode. Morenzi agreeing that German is always the longest. All those extra letters. I don't think it's the extra letter. I think there's a few extra letters, but seems like just the words themselves are always a bit long. And I don't know if the grammar is long. I think it's the words. I don't think it's the grammar. But I bet Morenz would know more than me. I don't know if Phoenix does not stream Ryan JQ. That would be cool though. Not the Mel, welcome. Came from your YouTube video about the game that changed everything. Thank you for the kind words, appreciate that. So it has 3 genders, gotcha, okay. Yeah man, the gender is always really difficult for a game where you can pick your player gender. It's so easy in English because English is relatively ungendered compared to most other languages. Like, just the word you is a huge problem in French. We never know how to deal with it. Okay, so I'm just gonna go buy a book and make sure that works. The words are super, super long. You can match together multiple nouns into one to create an even longer one. Yeah. Yeah, I just gotta leave. I mean, Germany is our second best selling language, so you know, big population. Germany's got a big population. Austria speaks German. Like 40% of Switzerland speaks German, I think. So, buy. A book. So here's a book. Okay, so it didn't update, and I don't really know why. We've got a null, something null here. Oh, here we go, duplicate ID. So apparently we already have a string for owned, and I don't know why we would have that. But let's go check out the loc sheet. So for whatever reason, we've got, okay, it's literally owned. Why does this say owned, own a skill? That doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. I think this must have been copied from something else. I have no idea why this would say hone a skill in it. This is the context in the loc sheet. Owned a skill, owned, owned, honed a skill? No, that can't be right, just can't be. Anyhow, so we already have the string owned. I'm just gonna delete this entry and hope that that fixes our bug. I don't think it will. I think that there's something else going on. All right, for our relaxing is a good thing. Okay. So I'm gonna try this thing again. Let's go buy a book. I'm not crazy about this particle effect. I'm not crazy about this one either. I feel like we need to own those a little bit. Okay, so nothing happened. Literally nothing happened. And when I click on her again, I don't even see why does the book changed? Okay, so now I've got Flora of Glimmerwick, and I click on this. Huh. I wonder what's going on. Let me give myself a bunch of money. Very interesting. I'm gonna look at the code here and try to figure out what's going on. Yeah, it must definitely, I think it's a copy paste error from some other string. Any Halloween plans? In our neighborhood, Halloween is insanely big. Seems like all the kids from all the other neighborhoods come to our neighborhood for Halloween. Like there's not even any parking in our neighbor. It looks like a festival or something in our neighborhood. It's completely insane. Last year we were out, so our house was just dark. But this year, I think we're gonna maybe just sit outside and pass out candy. I don't know. We'll see how my son. He's 14 months, so we'll see what kind of stamina he has for hanging out outside. Not the Mel asks, do you stream daily or just occasionally? Lately I've been streaming a lot, but I tend to sort of comes in bunches when I stream. But yeah, lately I've been streaming like 3 or 4 days a week, but I don't have a set schedule, unfortunately. What kind of candy are you giving out? I don't know this. Jacqueline has purchased the candy. I don't even know what candy we're giving. Okay, so checking out what's going on here. So if the category is readable and the item count is above 0, don't understand why this isn't popping. Really, really don't. Let me just make sure, I guess it's the right shop. Yeah, it's going to be open shop, actually. I know it is. But I guess I'll just check abstract shop UI and make sure there's no kind of shop it would be using instead. So there's a hat shop, an outfit shop, a shed, and an upgrade. So there's none of those. So we know that it's just the normal shop. It was a cooking book, right? Cooking basics. Looking at the item data, it is definitely a readable. I have no idea why this would be happening. Oh. Oh, I said interactable equals true. Interactable should be false, first of all. That's one problem, but I don't think that would be the problem. Let's see if this is even firing. I don't think it will be. I'm just going to log owned here. Save that. Oh, we will not forget to vote. I assure you that. Emmy says, let the particle effect start more in a higher saturation yellow and let it slide into lower saturation. That might make it look a little bit slicker, but I think the style is wrong. It looks very like action RPG-ish. It doesn't look... We have sort of a more organic, illustrated look. So, I think it has to do with some of the cloudy particle look. I think this red is a little bit absurd. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's fine. I don't know. It has this really like cheesy look to it. I don't love that rug either. Like that could use some polish. Okay, what's for sale? It's Cozy Cooking Basics. So it definitely never called. I'm just gonna have the console up over here. Cozy Cooking Basics, and as I click on her, it actually never even... Oh no, it might have done a refresh, but I'm feeling very stupid right now. I don't understand why. I'm just gonna log refresh right here. It's definitely happening in Shop UI. Okay. So if the item wants a free voucher and the player has a free voucher, then it's free. Then we do the check for the book, and then we just do the normal check for the price. Oh, there's an... Okay. If I is less than latest item data.length. Okay, I think we're just skipping over certain items. Yeah. Just making sure, basically we're just setting all of the items inactive for the rest of the item pool. I'm sure I compiled, right? I guess we'll know soon enough if we get the log. This should be a walk in the park. Should be dead simple. I don't know what's happening. Okay, I did get a refresh. I actually got a lot of refreshes. I got 55 of them. Why would we have gotten so many refreshes, I wonder? Oh, because I put it in the for loop. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So then I buy something and it did not refresh because there's still only 55 refreshes. So then I exit out of this. Now I should get the refresh again. Now it refreshed again, but it did not do what it was supposed to do. So somehow it's failing. Somehow it's failing the check. So I know it gets to here, and then we loop through here. So let me just loop. I guess I could just log the, I don't know, call it like draw item. If the category is readable and the item counts higher than 0, I also don't understand why we're not calling refresh after each time the player buys something. It seems like we would definitely be calling refresh. Like, I don't understand how that's not happening. Here, we're literally saying on got item refresh. If the slot index is less than the, yeah, it's really strange because we're definitely refreshing. I'll give that a save. Try that. Yeah, but we might have to end up doing that, Felipe. Yeah, but why would the breakpoint help me? I think if I didn't know what if I didn't know what a certain piece of data was, like if I didn't know the value of a certain variable, then I could use the breakpoint and take a peek. But right now I'm just trying to understand the call stack. Let's see. Oh, is there an on bot item? Anyhow, okay, so I purchased. It says draw item, so it's not doing a refresh. It's really weird, man. Just so confused. An on lost item, that's not what we're doing. We're definitely calling refresh on got item, but I don't understand why nothing's happening in refresh. I don't understand why we're not actually getting a refresh, even though clearly we're going to get an on got item when we buy something. I'm just too stupid. Weird. Ash and Russ says you can step through the entire call stack in the attach node. I can't step through the call stack, but where should I attach it? Because I don't even have a... It's not executing a certain piece of code I think should be executing. I guess. I could just check. Also just not good at using the breakpoint. Like, I just don't have a lot of practice using it. All right, let's see. Ronald Smith says, man, do you know how to add voices to AI? I have 5 factions, 2 military. Okay, you got a lot of stuff. I want them to have voices like the Division. Would it be through animations or events? It could be any way you like. But typically, no, there wouldn't be any audio happening from the animation. Usually, whatever mechanism is popping the lines also plays an audio clip. And usually, for lip sync, there's usually no animation. It's usually some kind of procedural thing controlling the mouth. Usually, just looking at the amplitude of the audio clip that's playing. Sometimes it's a little bit more complicated. Sometimes they use they call them phonemes, where there's actually like a spectral analysis of the audio file to figure out what mouth shapes should go where. But a lot of games just use the amplitude. Weird Beard Dev says, generally I attach the breakpoint to a known good point just before broken code point. Okay, so I could just keep walking back until I figure out where, and then I could attach the breakpoints. But then I'd have to be like stepping forward, right? You don't think the code is being reached, then just attach it near the decision point. Okay, so I still need to know where the branch is, so to speak. Yeah, I still need to find the decision point. Right now, I can't even find the point that my brain exists in my body, apparently. Can't even drink a sip of water. I don't think I'd have the brain power for that, apparently. Once the code breaks, then yes, can skip either one line at a time, bypassing certain groups of code. Let me see if I'm even getting the on-got item callback. So I'm gonna clear out my console. Gotcha, yeah, maybe that would be a good idea. I just got stuck in collision, which has been a bug for probably 4 years. This thing needs some different collision, that's for sure. Okay, here we go. I might try the breakpoint thing. God, I hate this particle. I can't. Okay, so we got a draw item. And we didn't get an on-got item. Weird. Okay, when I buy a salt pile, we get an on-got item. So for some reason, buying a book doesn't trigger the got item. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I bet that the books go to a different inventory. That has to be it. Has to be. That's why we're not getting an onGotItem callback. And that would also explain why the system doesn't think that we have the book. So is there a book readable? There are recipes. Let me just read through the code of what happens when you buy a book. So I'll leave that broken for now. And let me see if there's some kind of buy function. I was guessing there wouldn't be. I think in the actual button, there's going to be a shop item button. Here we go. So shop item button on click. Try give item. So here's where we're going to figure out what actually happens if you're buying a book. Do we ever look for like a readable at any points? This is pertaining to quest logs. Oh, I just searched code wide. I think I just want to search within the item button. I'm too stupid to exist. Shop item button. I just want to search on this page for readable. So there's nothing about a readable. Okay. Let me see. Petrix18, I appreciate the follow. Also, not the Mel. Somehow I missed your follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Ronald Smith says, if I was wanting the enemy to react to an action with a wave file human voice, would I have to attach the event to the item I throw to make the noise activate? You really can do anything you want. You can do it any way you want, whatever makes sense for your game. There's no like defined way to do it. The enemy to react to an action with a wave file. It doesn't matter what is happening. Like when you say, if I want, the enemy to react to an action with a wave file, it doesn't matter how they're reacting. It doesn't matter, if you want an enemy AI to respond to something, you just find the callback that makes sense for your game. It really depends. Also, it doesn't matter that it's an AI voice. It could be, right? It doesn't matter if it's an AI voice in particular. Okay. So here's the try give item. Let's go into that. What's happening here? Gave item equals, this is weird. If the category is, we have some kind of ternary thing going on here. This is an insane operation. What is happening here? Oh, I see. So if it's an instrument, then we give it to the instrument inventory. And if it's an item, we give it to the normal inventory. If it's an outfit, we give it to the outfit inventory. That's what's happening. And then we might get a false for gave item. I don't actually know what situation we'd get a false for. So let's go to the give item, which is in inventory data. Now I'll check for readables. Here we go. Does every inventory have its own little readables inventory inside of it? Oh my God, the inventory has a little stack inside of it. Do we have like a has readable? We do. We have a has readable. Am I the stupidest person that has ever walked this earth? What is has readable asking for? Has readable is asking for an item data. Okay. And we need to look at who's calling onGotItem. So I understand everything now. And onGotItem, for whatever stupid reason, does not pop for when you get a readable, and I think it should. I don't know why it wouldn't, and I'm just going to, at the risk of making regression bugs, I'm going to pop it whenever the player gets a readable. So looking at onGotItem, we need to find out when this thing actually invokes. I don't care about any of this stuff. I just care about when it invokes. So we're just subscribing to it. Here we go. Here's the onGot. Nope, that's refresh. Is that the only place that we're calling it? It looks like it. It looks like that's really when it happens. So when do we call refresh? We call refresh in a number of places. We call it when an item is given. We call it when you sell something, and we call it when you drop something. So we're really interested in this one, the one where an item is given. And it's in some kind of, it's just at the end of the function here. So I don't quite understand why we wouldn't be getting an onGotItem callback. Oh, because there's a shit ton of returns in here. So it's possible it will never get there. And actually, if it's a readable, it will never, it won't do the onGotItem, which is stupid. So what we need to do is refresh. And we need to call that right before we return. Oops, let me check out this file, inventory data. Inventory data, inventory data. Check this out. Okay. And we don't have a stack, but it wants a stack. Readable stack. How do you like that? Pass that in. You like that? Very good. All right, let me catch up a chat. Emmy says, why use 5 lines if you could write it in 1? Dev with Lex says, is the webcam out of sync with the video for anyone else? It does, even on my VODs, it seems like it gets out of sync sometimes. I don't really know what makes that happen. I am streaming in 2560, which I don't want to be. At some point something changed. I wonder if that's creating some kind of extra latency, but apologies for that. Darn. Okay. Cam is a little behind audio. I wonder if that fixed it. I'm almost certain it did not. I wonder if I could just, if there's anything on here that is creating latency. There's a noise gate, a limiter. Okay, I can't really get rid of any of those. Probably just the device itself for the video. The video capture device. I could maybe deactivate the device and then reactivate it. Let me try that. Okay, I wonder if that made it sync. All right, so now I'm gonna try buying a book. I really thought this would take 3 seconds. You know, I haven't really coded much lately. I do very little coding these days. Sometimes I do a little bit of coding just because I want to. I just want to do it. I just want to practice. I don't want to forget how to code. All right, so we got the refresh. We also got an index. Okay, we have this bug. Oh. For some reason, oh, I deleted a bunch of logs. I don't think this is gonna change anything. I'm guessing that, oh, it's because we're getting an item stack that is not part of the inventory. I bet if we pass in null right there, it'll fix that. I don't know what the consequences of that will be. I'm just gonna wait. I guess it's recompiling during runtime, but don't want it to do that, but that's fine. We'll wait for it to finish. Thank you, Dev with Lex. Appreciate that. Not the Bell asks, what do I do in the other times? I do a lot of different things. I do a lot of art and just general things in the editor. I also do a lot of 3D modeling. I do design, and I do like all the UIs, hooking up all the UIs and world mapping, particles, audio, business, all the business stuff, admin stuff, taxes, dealing with platforms. Also do all of our marketing, social media. So I'm going to try passing in null to this onGot item. Nope, I don't actually want it in there. I want it wherever we're checking for the, I don't think this is the wrong class. I want to check onGot item. Go to inventory, should be in the inventory class, and we're looking for the readable. And we do want to do a refresh, but we don't want to pass the readable stack. Just want to pass null. I don't know what the consequence of that will be, but we'll have to see. Ryan JQ asked, what was the latest game you played? I've been playing Baldur's Gate 3 a lot. Really, 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 really enjoying it. It's very interesting. When I first started playing, I could tell that it was an amazing game, but I wasn't getting sucked in. And I think that that's because there's just so much friction in understanding the game and understanding the kind of, not even the combat and spells, which are horribly complicated. I'm sure they're great if you understand them. The game got a lot more fun for me when I just was like, why am I worrying about this? I don't care about this. And I just put it in the story mode, like super easy. Every combat is a breeze, basically. And the game got so much more fun for me. But also just understanding the flow of like how whenever you go back to your camp, you talk to all of the companions and they all give little bits on their current arc or your current situation. Once I kind of understood the flow of the game, then I really, really, really started enjoying it. And now I'm in Act 3 and it's absolutely awesome. I've not played Hogwarts Legacy. Okay, so that threw a null as well. So I'm starting to see why we don't have an onGot item for when we get a readable. I should have given this whole thing to Jenny. I thought it was going to be easy. That's why I wanted to do it. But apparently it's a little bit deeper than I thought. It's weird because, yeah, so we get an on-got item. You know, maybe we're going about this the wrong way. Maybe we don't want to do an on-got item. Let's go to the inventory. Why does the oh, here is inventory data. Okay, so maybe I'm not going to call a refresh. I'm just going to go to the shop UI and I'm just going to manually refresh the UI right here without going through the inventory system of getting an on-got item. I mean, we really should get an on-got item, but yeah, I guess it's just not going to work. So let's see if this has any weird consequences. I think it'll be okay. So in the shop UI, let's go to the readable and just right, we need a, oh yeah. We don't have any way to do this. I just realized we'd have to look at the actual like give item call. Man, this is incredibly stupid. I wonder if there's a different callback that we've like already run into this issue before. Because there's the on-got item. I wonder if there's some other call. Like, let's check out the HUD UI. Seems to be just an on-got item. But we need to refresh the shop UI, and it needs to happen when the player buys a book. So maybe let's just go into, I mean, we could do something really gross. Go to the readables. We could just like refresh the shop right here. There's no current. I wonder if there's one in the game manager. And I could just say readables don't pop on-got item. So need to refresh the shop manually. And all the other stuff that happens in an on-got item doesn't really need to happen for a readable, so maybe it's fine. I'm going to exit out of play mode here. You catch up with chat. Not the Mel asks, have you tried Unreal Engine for any of your future game or any? I have used Unreal back when it was called UDK, so this is pre-Unreal 4. And I used it for portfolio pieces, but nothing else. So I do have some experience with the Unreal way of doing things, but no, haven't tried it for any of my work as an indie dev. Ronald Smith says, I'm a 3D modeler. I also program, code, script, basically everything because it's just me working on my game. Most devs I talk to went to school for it, but for me, I just follow vids on YouTube. That's how I learned. That sounds great. He says, I did, however, take up construction and graphics design in high school. All right, that sounds great. Yeah, definitely don't have to go to school for it. Okay, let's see. What do we have? So I didn't see it compile. Maybe it compiled. I'm just gonna, oops, change a script here because I didn't see it compile. And I just really want to make sure it compiles. I don't want to jump into play mode only to find that it did not compile. I thought this was going to take like 10 minutes. Every time I come into this shop, I'm slapped in the face by how much I hate these particles. Okay, there, it works. I don't even feel any joy because it was so, it just made me feel so stupid, the whole thing. It was a little bit harder than I thought, so whatever, but it works now. You can't buy a book that you already have. Now, if I throw this book on the ground, it's not even possible to get rid of a book, so. Oh, it's done. I think if I could do it all over, I don't know if I would have made books like a separate little spot in your inventory. Let me try to fix those particles. They're so ugly to me. Let's go to Newt's Eye. Oh no, it's not called the Newt's Eye. Is it called the Newt's Eye? Interior. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can make these look like something that doesn't make me want to tear my eyeballs out. I can't even quite put my finger on what I hate so much about them. That's the weird part. Having trouble even selecting them. Okay, so here is the flame. I think that if the embers were a little bit smaller, like 0.15 and 0.2, that starting, I think that the color is just really gross. It's like, now it's even grosser. It's like this crazy green. Let me grab whatever this, oh, it doesn't even have any color. Where's all this color coming from? Must be in the color over lifetime. Can you just like do something different? This is disgusting. If you want to start, okay, now it has this a little bit more fade to it. It looks like fire. Let's go like, maybe some sort of purple and then fade to just this desaturated color. I want to make the whole thing less opaque. That'll help a lot, actually. I'm also going to slow the entire thing down. And now the embers, I think they need to be a different color. So let's go to, should be a color over lifetime. Something is giving these things color. Okay, it looks like it's the actual material in this case. I'll try like dust, glow dust. What about a sparkle? Sparkle might be a little silly. Now, in order to actually see what it looks like, I'm going to turn on this prefab. Newt's Eye in our main scene. You know what? That's actually going to be kind of hard. It's not going to help us at all. I'm just going to have to jump into play mode in order to test how it looks. Ronald Smith, thank you. Thank you. Have a good day as well. I'm going to go work more. About barks and voice dialogues. Sorry I couldn't be of much help. It's kind of high level. I know it's not super helpful, but thank you for dropping by the stream and hope you have a good one. trying to think of what, oh, you know, maybe sparkles are fine, but they should just be kind of purple. Let me try to select this again. I just need to click. I think I need to click about 43 times and then I'll have it selected. Nope, it's not working. Okay, I'm going to collapse everything in the scene and try to, I'll just read through every single thing in this entire outliner, apparently is the only way to get this. Okay, there we go. Actually, that looks pretty cool. I think that's going to look a lot better. I'm going to make the sparkles. I'll just make the sparkle. If I make them black, oops, that's not what I want to do. Come on, restart. I definitely want to have this thing pre-warm so that it doesn't start up when you come in. It should already be started. If I make these sparkles black, will they just get less opaque? Yeah, that's what they're doing. Just make them really light. I'm going to make them even smaller. Okay, so that's one thing. Let me save that and I want to take a look. Actually, I'll have a first pass on the, oh my God, I can already tell that looks a lot better. Just the still frame of it looks a lot better. You know, I might have way more of them. So emission rates 24. So here's way more of them. And I might have them start between two colors. Start color, random between two colors. So some will be so dark that you can barely see them and some will be a little bit brighter. Maybe I'll even have it like almost completely gone. It will oscillate between those two. Yeah, that's going to be cool. Okay, now let's look at the other dopey particle. So here's the one on the bottom. Let's restart. I don't see anything. Here we go. I think maybe if we just took out the, just completely remove these little dots. Glow. We've got this purple in here. What is it? Okay, there's like this purple thing. I'm just going to delete it. Let's unpack this prefab. Unpack prefab. Oops, actually that was the important part. I want to delete. Where are we getting this? Okay, so it must be this that we're getting that red stuff. I mean, I'm not seeing anything now, so that's weird. Okay, I'm literally not seeing anything. Restart. Let me turn this to pre-warm. Restart. Glow. I'll pre-warm that as well. Turn that off. I'm going to go ahead and delete the spinning particles. Restart. Okay, so Glow is what we want. And this, what we don't want that stuff. So now we have just the Glow. I'm going to put it a little bit more centered in here and make it a little smaller. Also just going to make it, it has this weird, okay, ground fire. It has an additive shader, but let me make my own version of it here. And I don't know what this weird purple color is doing. In general, I think that the coloring of this is incredibly cartoony. Like if it's going to be a fire, it should be a fire. I'm going to delete it. I hate it. I hate everything about it. Okay, save. If we want a little fire down there, I'd rather it be just less doughy, like airbrushy like that. Let me go into maybe the potion mini game and get one of the fires underneath those, which I also don't love those, but I like them better than that one. We go into the potion cauldron, hot plate ground. Oh wow, I don't see any particle here. Maybe it used to have a fire particle. Yeah, so it looks like it maybe used to have one. I'll copy these things. I'll put the fire as a child of the hot plate ground. It looks like that. Douse it. No, that's all right. And I'll turn that off. I'll go ahead and copy that. I will check this out and save it because I think it'd be nice to have that fire as a child. Oh, you know, we've got some weird scaling on this. Maybe that's, well, whatever. Let's go back, and then let's go back into the newt's eye and find that cauldron, or find this particle. Okay, and let me paste a new thing in here. Put that underneath. Oh, you can't even see it. It's like pointless, completely pointless. But if anything, we would just have the fire because clearly we can't see the other thing that's going on here. So let's just delete that. I would love to find the other particle. There it is, wildfire. And then we can maybe put it underneath. Apparently we can't. Well, they're going up, so that's stupid. To start speed should definitely be 0. Keep it all flat, completely flat on the ground there. Still can't see it. I'll scale it up. It looks really weird. Maybe that looks good, like little flames licking up there. Maybe we want to slow down. Well, first of all, I think it's an add shader, so if we turn it down, no, it's just getting redder for some reason. Let me turn down the speed of this thing. Simulation speed like 0.6, just chill it out a little bit. I'm going to save that and see if that reads well. So now we'll jump in. Let's jump in and see how dopey this looks. Can't possibly look dopier than before. Okay, there's a bug here. What is this? Was that from before? I'm gonna figure that out. I don't think so. I think that's new. I just need a check for null on that refresh. That looks so much better. So much better. Those little dusties are going crazy though. They are way too fast. Also, there's no bubbling noise. Should be a bubbling noise. What's up with that? Okay, much better. Those little sparkles are just flying. They're going so fast. I'll turn down the simulation speed to like 0.5. I'm going to try putting a noise modifier on the whole thing. Let's turn up the strength. Turn up the frequency. That looks insane. I like 0.7. And well, let's do like 0.4. Kind of works. And then if we turn down the strength, I don't really know if it's adding that much. Maybe it's adding a little. Okay, I'll leave it. That's fine, but we do need some kind of bubbling noise. So I'm going to add a audio source. And the clip, either do bubbling, something called spring. Oh, that's a song. Okay. Let's go with the bubbling. And the output is going to be interior ambient. It's going to be looping and play on awake. Definitely no Doppler. I don't know who uses Doppler in a video game. I've never heard it in a video game. It always sounds so weird. Hey Zons, welcome, welcome. It always sounds so bizarre. I like the linear roll off. I feel like it's just easier to manage. And I'll do a minimum distance of 3 and a very quickly tapered max distance. So you're basically like barely hearing it when you first come in. And I'm imagining the volume should be pretty low. We'll see. Okay, that's going to add a lot. Let me give that a test. Oh, right, and we have that other bug we should fix. So let's see if the console gives us a bug right now. I think it will. Yeah, it does. Let me just go to the line where that is happening. Okay, there's no latest item shop data. So all I need to do is go into the inventory data. And before I run a refresh, I just want to check if the shop is open. If the shop is open, then we refresh. Otherwise, we don't do anything. Zons asks, do you have a Discord? We have a Discord for Eastshade. Are you, you might be asking for a personal Discord. I do have a Discord. Going to the Eastshade Discord might be the easiest way to find my Discord. So, right, I just want to test the audio real fast and make sure that that fixed our little bug there. Oh my god, I like that potion so much more now. Some of the sparkles are kind of floating out of the cauldron, and I think it looks really bad. So I think that I need to turn off the noise. That bubbling is super loud. I can also hear it over here. That's probably why it's super loud, because it's not a 3D sound. It needs to be a 3D sound. I need to turn off the noise modifier for those little sparklies. Okay. Here we go. So here's our sparklies. I'll turn off the noise modifier. It's just not doing enough for us. It's making more problems. Oh, right. It's the embers that have the noise. Turn that right off. There we go. and they should say stay tame, stay in their lane. And then we need that bubbling sound to be a 3D sound. Right, completely 3D. That'll probably solve our problem. I mean, I guess it should be pretty loud if you're right in the face of that NPC. I mean, it seems like it's a pretty roaring cauldron there, so maybe it'll sound good. All right. Yeah, it's a very small Discord. Man, I feel like there are games that are like a tenth of our size that have Discords that are 10 times as big. I don't know what the secret is to growing a game Discord. Probably some community management and more advertising of the Discord. Oh. All right. I think that the sparkles should be more faint, because they're just very punchy and powerful. Boomercore, hello. As a starter with very minimal experience in Unity, what kind of scope should I have for my uni grad project? It's going to be a horror game. It's 20 to 30 minutes of gameplay, corridor, and a couple rooms, aiming too high. Most of my experience is in 3D modeling. I have about 7 months to deliver. Well, there, like a horror game with a couple rooms, that could take 10 years. That could take, you could put $100 million into that. I mean, nobody's ever done it, but you could. Or, you could make that in a day. So there's completely different range, I think, of quality. But I think that, starting with, I don't know if you're thinking first person or whatever. I think just starting with input, starting with getting the player moving, and starting with, it sounds like you're more artistically driven. You have more of an art background, so try to build a room and see if you can make it have some vibes, some sense of place, and get your first person controller walking around. I don't know if you're looking to make an adventure game or a shooter or what. But yeah, I think that's a perfectly reasonable starting point. I've actually made a commercial game that was around 30 to 40 minutes called Leaving Lindau, and it took me 6 months to make. So it has a little bit more scope, it sounds like, in terms of there are more than just a few rooms, but that's with leveraging a ton of assets that we already had from Eastshade. And it was an adventure game through and through, walking sim adventure game. Not like Eastshade. Eastshade is a lot more mechanically heavy. But yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. Victor Wong says, how close can you zoom in? I will show you. Josh Powers says, I have watched you for a while, from one AAA dev to another. It's encouraging to see your success. Thank you, Josh Powers, and thanks for watching. Something I hope to achieve to some extent someday as an indie. Where are you working at the moment, Josh Powers, if you don't mind my asking? Right, and I wanted to adjust those particles. I want to make maybe less of them, and I want to make them less punchy. They're so powerful. This is how close you can zoom to the avatar. Sometimes it gets a little closer maybe when you talk. Yeah. So this is how close it goes when you talk to someone. Son says, how do you think Unity would do in open world game streaming? Some devs have told me it wouldn't scale very well. Well, we made an open world game that streams. It's called Eastshade. Let me link it to you. This is our sort of flagship game. Go ahead and link it here. You want to check that out? Yeah, I mean, we did have some performance problems with the load additive async operations, which are engine level. So those are engine level performance problems. I don't think that we could have solved that on our side. We eventually had to go to a more persistent approach where more stuff was loaded in memory, where more of the world was loaded in memory so that we wouldn't have to load so much in each chunk. And that helped the little hitches that you would get when you walk around to the different areas, but there are still hitches and people still complain about them. So it clogs up the main thread. So I would say for open world games, the thing is what is better, right? What are your options? It's like, it's not like there's 20 different engines you can choose from that are all commercially competitive. There's only 2 engines to choose from if you're making anything approaching a high fidelity game, that are like, I mean, I guess you could go like CryEngine or Lumberyard or one of the many CryEngine derivatives there are these days, but I wouldn't call those commercially battle tested because really nothing has shipped on them. Nothing. I mean, CryEngine, only Crytek has ever shipped games with CryEngine, with the exception of has there even been one AAA game that was made with CryEngine that wasn't Crytek? I think there has been games that use CryEngine. Okay, everybody's gone to the Rapture. So there's one game. I think Prey was not developed by Crytek. Far Cry, is Far Cry Crytek? Yeah, a very short list here. Okay, we've got a game called Lichdom Battle Mage, which I don't think was made by Crytek. So there are a few. I did Crytek. I did a CryEngine dirty there, a few games. But I've used CryEngine before. I've actually eShade started out in CryEngine, and it was horrible. It was a nightmare. So, you know, whether it's better at streaming, you know, open world streaming, I don't know. I never got that far, but everything else was horrible. Making UIs was horrible. Just at a very basic level, I felt like at least I didn't have the chops to use it. So I think you don't have too many choices there. Okay. Ryan JQ says, I still think you should put it in some eShade, Easter eggs like Black Thistle. We've got a few eShade Easter eggs, I think. Hunt Showdown, that's one I haven't heard of. Zahn says, I don't think much is shipped with Cry. Everyone recommends Unreal for large-scale projects, but you have experience with eShade, so must have encouraged or encountered some things. Yeah, I think the big thing we encountered was just the load additive async clogging up the main thread. I think that it did take more work to get it performing than Unreal. I think Unreal is more performant out of the box draw call for draw call. There are certain things that Unreal does out of the box that Unity does not do, like basically all the culling in Unreal is better. It does shadow culling, so like shadow casters that have a shadow that is not in view get culled, which is absolutely huge. Like it's huge. It potentially saves thousands of draw calls. Like in Unity, every single shadow caster is always drawing. That's crazy. Think about that. Like if you have a huge level, sure, you have frustum culling, and that, you know, potentially if you've got 1,000 draw calls in your frustum, but everything behind you and everything that is, you know, so far away that it's not drawing, that's all going to be drawing unless you do something about it. So we certainly had to do stuff about it for eShade, but kind of crazy really that that's not built in. You can get Unity performant, but you have to do stuff for it. You have to do stuff yourself. Okay. Oh, Josh Powers, I missed Josh Powers' message. Been all over. id Epic. All right. Spent a lot of time at a company called Certain Affinity. I've actually applied for Certain Affinity before, a long time ago, back when I was working in AAA. That's funny. I actually don't even remember if they turned me down or I ended up turning them down. You would think you would remember something like that. I got a phone interview. I think they turned me down because I didn't have any console experience, which was interesting. Working on Halo and Call of Duty. Right now working for the 7 Days to Die dev. Cool. All right. Are you a programmer or an artist, Josh Powers? Okay. So let me get to the next thing. I just wanted to go back to the Newt's Eye and reduce the opacity of those little fellas. Actually took an art test with Certain Affinity. And that's in that art test I learned I'm quite bad at sci-fi. I'm quite bad at sci-fi texturing, it seems. At least at the time I was. I don't know if I would still be at the time. Definitely. I think I wasn't very good at texturing yet. Okay, I'm gonna turn down how many of these are coming out. A few of them here. And I've made them significantly less opaque. They're a lot less visible now. Okay, let's go with that. Artist, learning C#, rock on, rock on. Yeah, that's kind of similar path that I took. I was an artist and I learned to code. Finding more stylized stuff to be more enjoyable these days, though I don't do it well. Well, I'm sure you will do it well if you keep making it. Okay. So that's done. I'm not even going to look at it. Not even going to look at it. Hayusoft, thank you very much for the follow. I may have missed your follow, Dev with Lex, but if I did, thank you if you're still around. And we're going to move on to the next item. Okay, so here we go. Verified. Practical practice intro. Okay, there's a design doc for this. I'll look for something smaller. Make sure that Forest and Fairies is working in the tea house. I think we might do a pass on that. I've been wanting to do that for a while. Let's do that. So I'm going to try to get us set up here. FNF, Summer FNF, I believe is in the tea house. So let's give that a try. I'm going to check the start position. So we do have a custom start position for the start setting. Let's pop in. My, oh my, the tea house is empty. Okay, so it's Forest and Fairies time, and we have our Forest and Fairies people coming. And I think when I sit down, bye. That's weird that she says hello and then everyone shows up. So that's one issue. Okay, so we're starting. So the camera's a little bit weird. It doesn't seem to have camera, like it's still focused on Fern. It doesn't seem to be going into a Forest and Fairies camera. So we definitely are missing some stuff. Okay, so let's open up the tea house. I think it's called the Cup and Kettle. I don't know why every single one of these NPCs uses the Unity default plane. that is incredibly expensive. Let me go to Old Woman in Town and change her plane to a plane replacement. Give it a save. I mean, it probably doesn't matter too much. But we have a lot of planes in the game. Just don't like to waste 50 triangles on planes that don't need to be cut up like that. I want to see if quad is oriented different, right? Yep, it is. I actually made my own plane that I exported. It is the exact same rotation and dimensions of the Unity plane, because quad is a different rotation and different dimensions, which is really kind of silly in my opinion. Replacing these planes. Okay, these people have reasonable planes. All right, cool. So first of all, I want to look at the summer FNF conversations. So I'm going to open up the first one and check. Hello, everyone, she says. So I think that we should init those group members right away. She wouldn't be saying hello, everyone, unless everyone was there. So let's just init those group members. And then we have the event. And it says game object set active FNF cam true. So looking at the T house, I'm just going to type in FNF cam. So we do have something called FNF cam. And it's spelled right. So I don't know why it's not showing up. It has a high enough priority. It's centered on the table, as far as I know. Maybe not, I don't know. Let me turn on the cup and kettle. Interior. And then see what this camera is doing. So looking at the FNF cam, I'll change the priority to 20. Okay, so maybe just the camera itself is the problem. I'm gonna move it over, and then it already has such a tiny field of view. I don't know if I want to make the field of view even smaller. I do think I want to move the camera a little bit closer. Not too close. And maybe move it down just a touch. And then we'll change the priority back to 2. And give it a save. And we have this little set VC priority on start. We also, okay, we've got a game object finder. So that should set. I don't exactly know who's turning this thing off. Oh, deactivate on start. So let me see the execution order for that. Because maybe we're not getting the priority. Okay, so it happens on start. but the turning off of the game object happens on awake. So those two things are a problem for each other, I think. But you would think it would never get a start callback. I'll just look at it. Let's just take a look. Back out of there. And give it a test. Okay. Gonna push the time forward. Forest and Fairies time. Let's wait for Fern to sit down. And normally these other NPCs would be getting to the table. Most players aren't just going to wait around in the tea house for people to walk in. Okay, so everyone comes. Now it looks like we do have the wrong camera, I would expect. So here's the camera. It's active and it has a high priority. Is there someone with a higher priority? Oh, the camera is working, actually. That is just how I set it up. So we have the correct camera. Yeah, we have the correct camera. All right. Perfect. So far so good. So we've got the correct camera working and it's centered on the table. We need all the other theatrics. I'm going to go over to the Forest and Fairies that I know is working. It's supposed to like fade out the rest of the room with a little vignette. I'm going to head over to the library and open that up. And I'll also check out the first Forest and Fairies conversation. Forest and Fairies Spring Part 0. Okay, yes, event start D&D, and that happens right at the beginning, which is interesting. And the camera doesn't get set. Oh, interesting. Illusion spotlight on. So that's probably going to be in FNF class. Illusion magic controller. Let's see if there's a spotlight. Yeah, there's a spotlight. And what does the spotlight do? It plays an animation. Interesting. I wonder why we have a static. Why do we have an instance thing? So instance equals this. All right, that just happens. But Okay, so we should just be overriding Illusion Spotlight on. And Illusion Spotlight on wants an animation. You know, you would think we'd be getting a null reference exception there. Let's check. Cup and kettle. Nami Streams, hello and welcome. All right. Glad you dig the concept. Okay, heading into the cup and kettle. I'm going to check for the Forest and Fairies controller here. Illusion magic. Here's an animation. Let's go. So we might just need to call the event. That might need to be all that happens here. Wouldn't that be something? It was just that easy. So here we've got spotlight. Spotlight on. Go ahead and call that. Now, I don't know why start D&D happens later in this one. Maybe it should be more like the other one, but let's go ahead and do the spotlight. I hope that works. Save project. Let's give it a test. Okay, just pushing time forward. Fern should be here shortly. There she is. Okay, illusion magic comes in. And it doesn't look as good in here for whatever reason. Something is happening. Okay, and we didn't get the spotlight. We didn't get the spotlight. We didn't get it. Unfortunately. We didn't, actually nothing happened. I'll go ahead and put a log in the illusion spotlight on. I don't know why it wouldn't work. Maybe I'll look at the animation. Nama Streams, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. What happens if you're sitting in Fern's seat when the event starts? I think she'll pick a different seat, if I'm not mistaken. I will try that though. It's a good question. Or she might just sit on top of you. I don't know. Okay, so going into the cup and kettle, I just want to look at the animation. So here we're illusion magic. So here's a canvas. Here's the vignette. So we have the vignette and the animation. We have everything. I wonder if it's just a weird domain reload thing. But we got spotlight on, and I wonder. Yeah, let's just go deep. Check this file out. Controller. Spotlights. Okay. Hey, Mitzi. Welcome back. Making a room for a mini game in a pumpkin house. All right, yeah, that mini game is done. I'm going to sit in Fern's seat, see what she does. She's waiting, and then she doesn't do anything. I guess. What did we do in the? I'll have to check the spring version because I thought we accounted for that. Okay, she still doesn't sit down, so that's a bug. Thank you, Ash and Rust. Okay, we didn't even get the callback. We didn't even get a callback for the events. How? I mean, how is that even possible? I don't even understand how that's possible. I wonder if it's the wrong conversation or something. Because we didn't get a bug for the events. Curious Homer. Hello, hello, welcome. Looks very impressive. Thank you. Appreciate that. The lead artist of this game is my wife, Jacqueline, who illustrates everything, and I'm sort of the tech director, and I make some shaders and materials and textures and decals and things like that. Like, for example, this cobble on the ground, that's something I would make. But all the hand-drawn stuff, all the illustrated stuff, all the characters, all the buildings, all of the foliage and all that stuff, Jacqueline draws all that. Then Curious Homer asks about the isometric art is made, and she just draws the buildings in Photoshop. And then I model a low poly proxy for them. So this is what the mesh looks like. You can see the mesh here. Got the collision mesh as well. It's a very simple mesh. Sometimes I end up modeling something like this little platform I just modeled. We have little bits of modeled things all over the world, like these little bridges. I modeled those as well. And I just try to model them in a way and texture them in a way where they look like Jacqueline's illustration work. But it's really a mix of modeling and illustration. But everything starts with her illustration, and I'm always trying to match her illustration. Like the trees are just cards, nothing modeled here. There's just one big card. How is this even possible? I know. Well, we're going to figure out in a second. A fool is fallen. Thank you. Yeah, in our case, the only reason why we model stuff out is just to create basically to handle the depth of everything. Because if you've got a building at a sort of isometric angle or just a 45-degree angle, then you can walk, to the back corner of the building. And if it was on a card, then the back corner would just be floating. And then if you walked behind the building, you would see the avatar's feet underneath the back corner, if that makes sense. And so to manage all that depth, we end up having to model a lot of things. We also sometimes model things just because, well, really just because I feel like modeling them, and I think that I can make it look good, like this little, I don't know what to call this thing, this little bridge hat thing here. Like this whole, pretty much this whole bridge is modeled as well, all these beams and everything. And then sometimes Jacqueline does a paint over of my model, and then I go and model her changes in as well. Or I create little alpha cards and put those on and try to implement her paint over. Some coding guy, thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. And some coding guy asks, what kind of poly count do you think you have in the scene? Well, let's see. I ignore the poly counts. It says 1.4 million, but that's because there's no culling of any kind. And in the scene, we have 1.9. Okay, actually, when we go to where we were standing before, we have pretty much the same. Around 1.5 million triangles. And 2,000 draw calls, which is too much. The city is pretty heavy. I think we might need to do a little bit of optimization, but there's definitely a lot of low-hanging fruit in the city. If I left the city, I'd suspect it would go down. So it's very quickly dropping. Now we're down to 700,000, 500,000 even. And the draw calls are going way down as well. And we've got 500 draw calls. Yeah, so pretty light outside of the city. But even 2 million triangles and 2,000 draw calls for current gen hardware, that's, I'm going to eat that for breakfast, no problem. For the Switch, we might have to do a little bit of optimization. Lando asks, how do you handle the mix between opaque and transparent shaders in terms of render order? We use forward shading, so that helps. But we don't have a lot of actually blend alpha. We have mostly cutoff mostly, or cut out, or however you want to call it. Like all of this, all of the illustrations are cut out. We do occasionally use blend, and whenever we have a blend material, a material with alpha blend on it, we just have to be very careful about setting the depth in the material, which there's a little depth order thing for by default. I think in all Unity materials there's one. This thing right here, a render queue. We set the render queue very carefully, but it ends up being pretty clean because it's not like every object in the game is part, you know, most stuff is opaque. So we don't really have to worry about it too much, but then occasionally like the shadows and decals on the floor and stuff, we just set the render queue carefully. How could it be the same if it's culling more? Basically, just if you have stuff that's drawing that is not on the screen, it's either behind something, which is not going to happen a lot in a game like this, but mostly just when it's off the screen. We already have a very basic rudimentary culling when stuff goes off the screen. We have a cell system, and it checks the cells if they're off the screen. But for the city, we might need something a little bit more granular. We could even maybe bake something that would cull that more accurately, because right now you've got to be pretty far away from a building before it actually culls. When you really can't draw that much, you can only draw, you know, at most a quarter or less of the city, and probably most of the city is within a cell, because the cells are pretty big. As long as they're not too small. Yeah, those subpixel triangles. Modern GPUs do not like those. So I'm still trying to figure out what's going on with this. Sorry, I've been on a tangent. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So let's see. Is it, we've got FNF summer one, and we're literally not getting debug, convo ends, finally civilization. All right. So I'm just going to put a test. I just want to see if the conversation is upgrading just as a sort of sanity check. I'm just going to write test in the beginning there and go save project. And then I'm going to pop into play mode and see. Because I'm kind of at a loss for why we wouldn't be getting a log on that. Oh, I didn't even know about the switch too. Yeah, I wonder if that'll be out. Okay. I'm just gonna wait till Fern gets here. I'll set the time scale to like 4. And set the time scale back. And then I'll talk to Fern and just see if we're getting. Okay, so it's definitely updating the conversation, but we're just not getting the event. The event is not calling. Mitzi asks, what's the legality of putting D&D into your game? No, there's no legality there because it's not D&D, it's FNF. It's Forest and Fairies. We don't call it Dungeons and Dragons. I don't know if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons in another game. I think it'd be okay because we're not. It would be like the equivalent of you know, making a movie, and in that movie someone is playing Call of Duty. Do you need to talk with the license holder just to say, hey, I played Call of Duty? I'm not sure, because it's definitely not any version of the game. It's literally just a dialogue where you have some player choice, but yeah, so but it shouldn't be any issue. You definitely don't need the rights to make Oh, you're saying to even say Call of Duty in another media? I don't think so. I don't think so. You might. That would be weird though. Like, what if you wanted to make a documentary about Call of Duty? Would that, you certainly wouldn't need anything from Activision for that. The likeness is trademarked. I think if you were making a piece of media that was like trying to be Call of Duty, and you called it, you know, Call of something, and it wasn't parody, then you might be in trouble. But I don't think that merely including a game or a movie, like, could you say, you know, could you have a movie where in that movie a character said, "I'm reading Lord of the Rings"? Would you need to talk to the trademark holder about that? I don't think so. Supposedly the Switch 2 will be coming in April, May 2025, but nothing actually confirmed. Okay. Call of Duty. All right, well, so the conversation is updating. We're not getting any log here. Illusion spotlight on. Which is really weird. I wonder, we're definitely going to get an awake call when this magic controller gets loaded into memory. We're going to get a start call. It's going to register the events. Oh, this is interesting. This is actually going to be a bug because we're adding an event that already exists. Yeah. I don't really know. This one feels a little hard for me. I don't want to run into another coding thing on stream here. I don't have the energy for it. Too hungry. So I want to do something a little bit easier. I'm going to put that on the shelf for the moment. Let me catch up with chat. Emmy says, is this game planned to be playable on Linux, by the way? No. No, we're not doing that again. We're not going down that road. Too much work for no payoff. I hate porting. Porting is the worst. Just like a bunch of work just to hopefully get the game working as good as you know it works. And definitely would not port anything unless we would get a lot of money from it. All right. So what's next? Let's look at the Trello. I'm just going to shelve that for the moment. Actually, how long have I been streaming here? Let's 42. Okay. Some coding guy says log level too low. I don't think so. Yeah. This is debug log. I don't know why we're not getting that. Okay, we wanted to add an island where you can purchase diving goods at a high cost. Could consider doing that, maybe. Cheap to be pettable with hearts. Maybe we can do that one. Unfortunately, that one's a design problem because at the moment, let's go check it out. See where we're at. Maybe it'll just be as simple as you interact with a sheep while you're not holding the shears, then it gives you a pet. I'm going to put us into developer start settings here and go into play mode and see what happens. with the sheep. Amy asks, was it so bad? I suppose it highly depends on the tools you use, but I thought Unity would have great tools to port. The problem with porting, and something people really don't understand, is the testing. Like, yes, if you click the Linux dropdown and then kick a build, maybe it'll run on Linux. Maybe it'll open on Linux. That's very different than playing through the entire game and making sure that no bugs exist, weird graphics bugs, any sort of, I mean, there's so many weird little things. Like the one game I ported to Linux, which was Leaving Lindau, our first game, in the game, I mean, there were all manner of weird little issues, but like, for example, one, I parsed JSON files in this game, and apparently when you're on Linux, the format for parsing JSON files is different. The dot, it parses floats different on JSON. And I think it's like, it like flips the comma and the period or something. Like it, in Linux JSON, it parses with a comma as the floating point versus a period. And, you know, I spent so long, I didn't know that it did that. I had no idea why my JSON files weren't reading correctly. And it was just such a hard thing to track down, and it was a goose hunt for what? And you just have tons of things like that. You might have a shader that looks totally fine on one platform, but it just is black on another platform. No errors, no nothing, but it just looks black. Or it just looks weird. It just looks lighter than it should or something like that. And you just have all sorts of things like that, unfortunately. And you just have to test the entire game. And how long is your game? Well, it could be, 20 to whatever hours, and testing the game takes 20 hours. And those are really grueling hours, playing through thoroughly and looking at everything. And that alone, is thousands of dollars just testing. Even if you just wanted to test it once, it would be pretty expensive to. That's a locale issue. Okay, well, the locale setting was different or whatever, but things like that. Okay, so I can't click on the sheep. I'm going to give myself shears. Give item shears 1. So now I have the shears. Now I can click. Okay. So maybe let's just do, if you don't have the shears, then once you interact with the sheep, then it automatically does a pet. And as far as Steam Decks, like, it seems like everyone is still able to play eShade on the Steam Deck, even though we haven't ported. I know that Steam has that new emulator, and that seems to work great for people. So I think we'll just rely on that. Honestly, that emulator seems to work better than actually kicking a build for Linux on the Unity side. Yeah, I don't remember what it is. Steam, let me Google, can you play Windows games on Steam Deck? Can you install normal Windows games? Proton. Yeah. I don't think it's Wine. Some new emulator that works really, really, really good. I was curious too. It was bothering me that I couldn't remember. So looking at the sheep, let's see what we got. I know we have a critter that is interactive. It's the infernal snail. You can pet the infernal snail, so I want to make sure that you can pet the sheep. Okay, so it is wine based. So looking at the infernal snail, we have an animated interaction, and I just want to see how we're taking that. So it's on interact. And as far as I know, I think on interact, if you have two things that take an on interact callback, it'll only use one of them. But I'm not 100% certain. Yeah, you only ever get one on interact call. So we'll just have to deal with that. Let's see. There should be an interact filter on this. Oh, no, there's not. I wonder what we're doing here with the shears. Oh, no, that because I'm clicking on the snail. So let me look at the sheep. Here it is. We have an interact item shears. Okay. So we want to keep that somehow. Can we have two interactives? Oh dear. It's actually going to be a little bit tricky. I'm going to have to add a feature here. So let's look for the interact item. What's it called? It's called the interact item. Interact item. There it is. Interact item is not null. So this is the X mode version. There should be another version for mouse and keyboard. Surprisingly, there is none. That is really strange. Surely we're using this in lots of other places. So here's the X mode version. All this happens in X mode, X mode. Oh, check interact item. Here we go. Okay, check interact item. So this looks like this is the function that we're using. I wish we had alternate functionality for interacts. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to assign this whole thing to Jenny. Do it. Let me look at the infernal snail. Infernal snail has an animated interaction. We should be able to use functionality with animated interaction. Components, like on the infernal snail. But the trick is it needs, but the trick is the shears still need to work. With both equipping the shears and I think we still have the drag and drop interaction using the interact filter. Let me make sure, because I think this will get a lot simpler if we can't use the drag and drop, but I think that we can. Give item shears, and then I'm just gonna, yeah, that's a, oh, look at that. That's a problem. You can't put the item down after doing that. We should probably just get rid of that functionality. Okay, somehow the interaction has to branch if you're using the shears or dropping them on the item, on the sheet. It should be interact with shears equals shear, interact without shears equals pet. Okay. And then I'll just put that in Jenny's list. Nice. Won't be on the spot. Curious Homer, let me see. Curious Homer says, well, thank you very much for the wish list, Curious Homer. Appreciate it. Let it go. I don't actually know what you're talking about. I think I must have missed it, or I'm just not reading it correctly. I'm just trying to figure out what it is you're talking about. I don't know what from the first message, oh moment, I don't know what that means. Okay, so let's move on, see if we can find another Trello card. The design question. I'm going to put it in the design list. Oh my God, the design items list is getting huge. This is a list we keep that is not assigned to anybody. They're just questions that we have that we need to pull the trigger on before we proceed with actually implementing everything. And then once we usually have like discussions happening in the card here. And then once we know what we're doing, then we figure out exactly what needs to be done, put it into cards, and assign the cards to people, whoever's domain it is. Okay. Update convo to make it clear. Oh, we already did that one. Okay. D can give tip about not being able to swim in the deep ocean. I think we already did that. Let's just check real quick. Fairy girl. So when you buy the boat, let's look for the option to buy the boat. Trying to find it. Okay, there it is. All right, so we've already done that as well. I'm gonna put that in. And I'll put molehole in Jenny's list. All right, cool. My list is shorter than it's been in a very long while. Let's look at this practical practice intro line doc. Okay, add a skill amulet to the shopping list player needs to complete on day 0. Amulets are available in practical practice. Player needs to complete on day 0. Okay, upon first speaking with shopkeeper, they give you a skill amulet and a crafting book. The crafting book should already have a few basic recipes. Basic recipes, okay. Path and garden lights. Yeah, it would be confusing because you don't have a garden yet. Skill amulet is added to your player menu. All right, arrow pointing to it so the player knows where to find it. Crafting book added to the player menu. Arrow pointing as well. Double check that the player lantern can be crafted with moon poppies rather than twilight blossom. Let's check the lantern. That's easy enough. I'm just checking the lantern item and item data. And the recipe should be moon poppies. Ingredients, moon poppy. She says, double check the lantern can be crafted with moon poppies. Yes, it can. I'll just go ahead and cross that out. Okay, but I don't know how we're going to force the players into the shop. Okay, here's a conversation. That's probably the most important part. Force players into the shop on day 0. Is it somewhere? I don't want to miss it. Add a skill amulet to the shopping. Oh, to the shopping list. Oh, just add it to the shopping list. Okay, I got it. I am being stupid. I was like, that is really strange. Jacqueline would usually think of that and put it in there. She did. I'm an idiot. Okay. Jax, thank you very much for the follow. And Altaros, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, maybe that's an I. Itaros, really appreciate the follow. Sorry if I butchered your name. Okay. I'm going to get a quick snack. I'm going to go BRB for like 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes, maybe. Sorry, folks, taking forever there. I'm back, but I'm still snacking. I just wanted to say hi. Most if anyone is still here. Let's see. People are here. Many. These are dark chocolate digestives. I did. I ate like a lot of things. I ate corn tortillas and cheese, pancakes, and now I'm eating cookies. Healthy. Right. The big one right here. Seasonal fruit trees ready. So let's check out tree. Tree. And let's see what we got. I can't remember what Jacqueline said was the organization here. Gray Singing Tree, that's the coolest thing in the world. Oh, that's for the Fall Fest. Okay. Summer Fruit Tree. Okay, so that clearly must be the summer one. Here, let me check for item datas. I don't think we have... No, we definitely don't have item datas for them. Let me check her Trello card. No fruit trees ready. Prepared garden fruit trees for the last 3 seasons. The art is split between a seasonal name and the actual name of the fruits. Okay. All the fruit is in a separate layer in PSDs. I also updated the spring spundlewood art. That will need to be adjusted. Make sure the foliage is all showing and that the fruits are aligned. All right, I'll keep that up. And first, let's just plant a tree. So I'm going to get rid of this infernal snail. And let's go into garden. Not garden. Like, just developer setting. How is there not instant till? Go with that. And then I'll put my player in the garden. Pop in. Okay, let's see if I can find till some plots for trees. Oh, that was weird. It's weird that the till checkmark goes right over the top of the mana bar. I think we'll have to move that. Cool. We'll want to move it like inside to the left. That's terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay, so I want to give myself give item, I think spundle, wood, tree, sapling. Okay, that's not a thing. Probably just spundle wood sapling, but I'll just... Hey! Timbiday, thank you very much for the raid. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. All right. So for anyone new to the stream who came in on the raid, I'm a developer, indie company owner. We're working on a game called Songs of Glimmerwick. It is a Witch Academy RPG where the magic of the world is music. I'll go ahead and link to it if you want to see what the heck it is all about. There's the Steam page right there. You can check out the trailer and whatnot. And at the moment, we've got a bunch of trees that we're adding to the game. Jacqueline has drawn the trees, and we're just adding the sort of back end or the markup, you know, for to actually get them into the game. So hopefully we should have a lot of the things we need to do it. So I believe it's called a spundle bean. No, spundle wood sapling. That's give item spundle wood sapling. And we're just kind of doing a sanity check here on the trees that we already have. So there is a tree. I have some, what is this? Instagrow here. And I'm just gonna make this tree grow fast. Is it even growing? Doesn't appear to be. Oh, it was, okay. Maybe we should actually make it scale up. Okay, so now it seems to have some fruit starting. All right, and then I picked the fruit. Oops, dropped that on the floor. Okay. And then it yields a little fruit. So things might be different now. I want to see what the Photoshop file is doing because it looks like it could be a little bit different. Like maybe we're supposed to have more fruit or something. I'm not sure. So here's the material for it. Spundlewood tree. And come on, go to the material. Go. You can do it. And then I'm just going to open up. Yeah, so it looks like we have quite a bit of extra stuff on the atlas that maybe we're not using properly. So there's all these little fruits. I don't exactly know how she wants them implemented onto the tree, but clearly though, what we have on the tree, first of all, the tree is like too big for its mesh here. So we definitely need to update all that stuff. So I'm going to check out, here we go. We've got a spundlewood tree mesh. So I'm going to open up Blender and see, going to models, and I'm going to see if we have a spundlewood Blender file somewhere. So we just have the exported file, so I'm wondering where the heck we put that. Tree, we have just a tree collada file, so that's not what we want. Seasonal, nope, nothing with the word seasonal. Let's just go foliage, and we'll start there. I don't think it's going to be in foliage, but we'll take a look. We'll take a peek. I'm gonna just search for spundlewood. At least I know the name. Okay, here we go. Perfect, spundlewood. So it was in foliage. I was wrong. And I'm just gonna, whoa, not put a bunch of weird scaling on my thing. There we go. So here's our spundlewood. Make sure I didn't do anything weird to it. And then I'm going to check. So we've got two different cones here. So each cone represents an object that will be exported to Blender as a separate mesh. I have a custom exporter that loops through dummy objects, cube dummy objects, and exports them as an individual collada file. 1 second, folks. And so we have two different meshes here. And I'm just seeing that the spindlewood has been changed, the art has been changed, and it doesn't fit anymore. So we need to account for that. So I'll just start by extruding these edges out. Oh, it looks like we should extrude this one out as well. Maybe this one. Everything all together is not big enough. I'm trying to find a way that we can change it, because we can't just move it because the UVs will be a problem. I guess I could just kind of guess. All right, let's just do this kind of janky. So I'm just going to randomly move it out like that, and then I'm going to move those verts out in the map as well. We'll do the same thing. Very unscientific, but. And then finally, we've got this down here. I'll just that. And I just want to move it in the same way in the UV. So definitely creating a little bit of skewing and whatnot, but that's all right. That's okay. We're cutting it pretty close here on the top, so I'm just going to move those up, and I'll move these up. And now I just want to make sure that the fruit is working, because clearly the fruit... Oh, we have these little tufts. It looks okay here. But it doesn't look like... Like, first of all, this one is somehow behind the tree. I don't think that's what we want, right? But that looks weird too. It just doesn't look right. We've got one little one here. Let's go into the outliner and actually look at the different objects. So clicking on our dummy object, I'm gonna scroll down until we can find it, cracking it open. It seems like there are just 3 objects. So this one is literally behind the entire thing. I don't know how this happened, but that seems like really strange placement for the fruit. Strange indeed. I need to check this file out in order to modify it. So I can go ahead and grab all this foliage stuff. Maybe we should clean this up a little. Let's do shop. Made it impossible to buy 2 of the same book. I'm gonna decheck everything except for the stuff that made that happen. The shop, UI. I made some other script changes elsewhere here. Shop UI, tutorial. No, it wasn't tutorials. Loc sheet, I think, maybe. And inventory data. So that's one change list. I'm going to do another change list. FNF tea house work. Still not, let's say spotlight. Still not working. Spotlight UI still not working. And let's put all that stuff in there. So FNF, Illusion Magic, FNF. Save that. Another change list. We did a lot of stuff today. Oh, let's put that cup and kettle. But we'll do that at the end. I don't know why we have this old woman in town. Prefab. Oh, I remember. Okay. We'll just call one bug fixes. And for that, we'll do like some of this stuff. Practical practice owner. Save. I'll do a scythe tutorial about mana. That's going to be Vita. And I guess shop UI, but that's in another change list, so we don't need to worry about that. And we have potion particle in Newt's eye. Okay, that's definitely going to be cup and kettle interior. This little material we changed. Oh, it's not cup and kettle interior. I'm so stupid. Okay, we've got this tutorial.cs, and that's going to go into scythe tutorial. Brick Alley Citizen is going to go into bug fixes. And I think all the remaining stuff is going to be seasonal freeze work. Okay, we're all organized. Fairy Girl needs to go somewhere. I'm going to put that in bug fix. Some things are just so small. Seems ridiculous to put a comment on them. We really should. Makes it easier, but okay. Cool. So that's all sorted. Going back into Blender, and I just want to export this. So did we even check this out? Yes, we did. To cube. I need to check out both of these mesh objects that we're exporting, Spundlewood Fruit and Spundlewood Tree. So popping back into Unity, I'm going to check out Spundlewood Fruit and Spundlewood Tree. And now I should be able to export. So now I've exported, and it actually updated in play mode, which is sick. Man, the collision on this thing needs to be way bigger. Oh my god, it's so janky. It's weird, yeah, like when I go over the top of the tree, definitely not. Like, I should be able to... Now that's weird, because now when I'm mousing over it, it's working. Very strange. You know, it doesn't look as bad as I thought. I don't know where this fruit is supposed to go, but it definitely looks a little weird. It almost looks like the fruit is supposed to go this way or something. I wonder if there's maybe a reference for it in the Photoshop file. Yeah, there is. Cool. Okay, so seems like maybe it's supposed to go like on these little branches here. That makes way more sense. Now, I would love if it went in front of the rest of the tree, but just behind that one branch. I don't know if we're going to be able to get that. I'm noticing some weird stuff going on right here, and I actually think that we have maybe a broken alpha channel. No, there's no alpha in this, so I don't know what Blender is seeing that is creating this weird little line right here, but whatevs. Maybe I'll just put it in front. How does that look? Try that. This one seems like it is supposed to go there. Let's just export that. That seems right. Seems pretty good. I don't quite know what that one is doing. That seems a little bit strange. Go back to the PSD and learn anything. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where these fruit are supposed to go. It seems hard to imagine that it is supposed to go there though, right? That's just kind of floating out in the middle of nowhere. Maybe I'll just put one up here. Maybe that'll look cool. Kind of stick one randomly. Or maybe like right here. Put that little tuft in front of it. We'll see if that looks good. It's really hard to tell how it looks in Blender because we have this vertex color. It's actually responsible for determining the vertex deformation from wind. Hello, Elena. Welcome, welcome. I've exported and now I'm popping back. That looks absolutely god awful. I hate that so much with all my heart. It looks very bad indeed. There must be a better place to put that. Down here? Right here? Anywhere? Try that. How does that look? I can tell even in the Blender viewport that it's awful. It just looks like it doesn't go there. It's so weird. Maybe we just want to... Well, for one thing, it looks like maybe it would look good if these were a little bit covered. So we'll try that. And maybe let's just put this like behind the tree a little bit. Like it's coming out of the back. Maybe that'll look cool. Okay, back into Unity. It just looks weird. It just looks wrong. Looks totally wrong. I don't know. I don't think we need that one. I can't find a spot for it. It just looks bad. I'll leave it around just in case we eventually want it, but for now I think it looks pretty bunk. And then I do think we will want that little flower tuft to go on both of them because it does look a little bit. Yeah, that looks good. Oh, I mean, it looks okay. It works. Cool. Okay, so that's done. Now, I'm really struggling to interact with it. It's like this is the only spot that is interactive. I'm going to look at the thing itself. And try to figure out what's going on here. So there's the tree. Okay, and it looks like for whatever reason, the the collision has the tiniest little interactive box, crazy small. I don't know how that happens. I mean, it's literally on the ground. It's not even active. The plant collider. There's some other collider on the ground. Not you. Not any of you, obviously. Gonna on through each of these. There's no collider on here, so it just must be the... Yeah, it's right here. It's so strange. I don't know how it's ending up so small. And this is a trigger. I can't walk into it. But making that thing bigger definitely helps my ability to click on it. So something is going wrong with the trees and their box collider. I think maybe I should give it to Jenny. But let's see. So once I harvest, and I look back, so the box collider still looks good. Oh, look, it's perfect now. Oh dear. So it's actually using the mesh itself, which is really what you want. No idea. Okay, I'm gonna leave it there and we'll see later, maybe. If we run into that again, we'll have to unpack it, but for now I'm just gonna leave it. Maybe it has something to do with the way I was using Instagrow. All right. So back to the Trello card. I'm going to see if there's any item datas for these. Whistling Peach. So there is item datas for it. So let's see what we've got. Here's the Whistling Peach sapling. Check it out. And I'm going to compare it. I'm going to go ahead and lock the inspector, and I'm going to add a new inspector over here. And I'm going to go with the Spundlewood sapling. And just compare the settings. I'm kind of surprised that that we don't have any sort of custom prefab loaded anywhere. Very surprising indeed. It's got to be somewhere, right? It might be on the fruit itself. So let's look at Spundlewood. Hey. Oh, it's called a spundle bean. So let's click on the spundle bean. Still default item prefab. Very strange, because we have a spundlewood tree, so that needs to be referenced somewhere. Oh, I bet it's right here. No, that's a B prefab. That doesn't make any sense. Spundlewood sapling. Oh boy, howdy. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click on Spundlewood tree, and I'm going to use this little find references in project, which is not but with Unity by default. Apparently it has no references. How is that possible? Let me plant a Spundlewood sapling and see what's going on here. So first I need a tree. I'm gonna add a tree plot. Oh my god. Nothing. No idea. That's not what I want. Remove that. What? It's breaking. Okay, that one worked. I don't understand why that's happening. That actually maybe is a good repro. Anyhow, let's give Spundlewood sapling, because that seems like a bug that needs to plant that there. And then I'm just going to hop back into editor mode and click on the tree and try to figure out. So it's simply Spundlewood tree stage 0. So there's different prefabs for the different stages of the plant, which makes me believe that the prefab referenced will be in a different spot here. I'm just waiting for Unity to come out of play mode, and I'm gonna go into the inspector and click on our Spundlewood sapling and go down stage prefabs stages. Okay, so Spundlewood bean. There it is. It's on the fruit and it's in the stage prefabs. So what we need to do is look at the Whistling Peach. I click on the Whistling Peach, lock that, and I think we're off to the races here. But anyhow, I'll get the Whistling Peach on one and I'll get the Spundle Bean on the other. Just so I can compare them. And looking at the stages, we have no stages here. Stage offsets 0. Let's go ahead and go stage offset 0. We just want to copy a lot of this stuff over. Have all these stages. Custom ripe stage. Custom ripe stage, it will go 2. Everything else, I believe. Death by vermin probability is 0. We definitely want that to be 0. Well, we don't want the player's trees to be going away from vermin. That's too much to lose. Okay, max wetness. Here we go. So doesn't need water at certain stage. It's set to 1. Harvest effects doesn't seem to have any. Stage after harvest is 1, and we've got a wild grow time, which I don't actually think matters for this. Okay, so there we've got the same settings. Ray Castley asks, are there any principles you've noticed you come back to often when it comes to designing a game? Well, for our games, we make adventure games. And I think for us, we just really like to make sure the player always has a goal. It's a really basic one. Sorry about the crinkling, everybody. But it is important, and it ties into pacing a lot. Like if the player ever loses their goal or doesn't have a goal, then we see that as a big problem. We always want players to sort of know what they're supposed to be doing, or at least be able to have something to choose from that seems meaningful as to what they should be working for. But that's just the kinds of games we make. I guess this would apply to any sort of RPG or anything, the quest-oriented structure. Think of any other when it comes to designing a game. Yeah, we like to have design pillars. That we always come back to. I think if it's important for any game to have design pillars, and then whenever you are putting anything in the game or thinking about content or thinking about mechanics, you always have to ask yourself if that piece of content or mechanic reinforces your design pillars, and if it doesn't, you shouldn't have it, or you should change it so that it does. And it also helps for cuts, for like prioritizing what's important. You want to be prioritizing the things that reinforce your design pillars, the things that are most important about your game. That's all I got. All right, so we've got all these different stages, and I'm gonna head over to are we using the pecan? No, it's a spundlewood tree stage 0. Where's this? Here it is, spundlewood tree. Okay, so we've got all these different prefabs. I'll go ahead and copy one of them to get us started. What's going on in the different stages here? Open up the prefab. So here's stage 0. See. Core function initiated. Thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. And then I'll go ahead and check out the last stage. Spundlewood tree stage 2. Okay, so really nothing crazy here. So maybe we will just start swapping things out. So I'm going to grab our 3 spundlewood trees and get the inspector. Witchfire? That's not... What? Had I been modifying Witchfire this entire time? Oh my goodness. I don't think I meant to do that. I'm a little scared now. Was that the fruit for our whistling peach? No. How did I end up clicking on that? Whistling peach sapling. Yeah, Witchfire needs to be reverted, man. Okay, I don't know how I clicked on that. Thanks, core function. Thank you for the kind words. Much obliged. So whistling peach is the one we want to change and copy all the settings from. So I'm going to go ahead and lock whistling peach and check that out. Let me go back to Witchfire. Somehow I think I just accidentally checked this out again. Come on now, revert. We're not messing with that right now. Whistling peach, lock it. Now I want to put it in the other inspector. I want to put the spundlewood bean. Because you see, I'm copying stuff. We've got 2 trees and I just want to copy. Just make sure we're doing the markup right. I haven't made a tree in years. Ray Castley, thank you. I'm glad you found it helpful. How do they look, the design pillars? So design pillars are just basically written, usually written like goals for your game. So like take Baldur's Gate 3, for example. And I don't know exactly what their design pillars were, but one of them was almost certainly player choice matters. That was clearly the dialogue choices matter, like narratively, like they clearly wanted a game that branched a lot, and they clearly wanted a game that different things happened based on the player choices. And that is such an incredibly expensive and difficult thing to do that it basically has to be a design pillar, because you would never do the kinds of things that they did unless you were completely committed to that being an important part of the game. So I think you can just pick 2 or 3 things that are really, really important to your game, that you think are the sort of make up the core DNA of why people will like the game, and what makes the game special, perhaps. Or maybe it actually doesn't even need to be what makes the game special. It doesn't need to be a unique selling point of the game. It just needs to be important, and then you make sure that all of your design decisions serve that goal. But there should be a lot of like game design pillars. See, yeah, so there's a lot of like academic discussion about design pillars. Like Songs of Glimmerwick, one of our design pillars is sense of place first. We want the world to be like a living, breathing place. Another design pillar is like campus life. Like we want it to feel bustling. So like we do all sorts of things that are really difficult and expensive, to make the school feel like there's stuff going on in it. It wouldn't be super important, like, I don't know, pick another game like Spelunky or something. There's a little base in Spelunky, but it wasn't a design pillar to make that feel like a bustling. There's no design pillar like that. So, and rightfully so. That's not what the game is about. So I think it's important to know what your game is about and know what is important to your game. Because normally you would say, oh my gosh, should the NPCs have like constantly updating states? Like you come back, 6 game days later and this NPC is in a different spot with a different conversation. That's really expensive. That requires, design, that requires markup, that requires dialogue and localization and new voiceover and like all this stuff. It's really expensive. And unless you had a design pillar that said, no, that is what we're doing, that this is the important part of the game, we believe this is important for our particular game, that it has this feeling of bustle, and the way you get the feeling of bustle, a living, breathing place full of people, is you have to constantly change their states, because if they're just standing there all the time, which they already do enough of, it's hard enough, then it's never going to feel like that bustling sense of place unless you're constantly changing states. So you bite the bullet and you pay the cost, and you compromise other things for it. Like you give up other things to make that happen because you believe that's important. Okay, way too long. I enjoyed talking about that. I'm sorry. Sometimes I like to wag my tongue. Too much. So I'm just looking through the settings, and I just want to make sure we've got the same settings here. Here we go. These are the really important ones. It looks like we do, so I think this one was copied from the right place. Yeah, I think this one was copied from. Okay, glad you found it interesting, Green Minstrel. So I need to go to the Spundlewood trees and we're just going to copy these, and we've got a whistling peach. Okay, here we go. Whistling peach. We have a whistling peach, stage 0. I'm going to copy that whole thing. Whistling peach stage 1. And whistling peach stage 2. And then we want this to hook up to each of the whistling peach. Okay, now we just need to go into the whistling peach prefabs and make them look correct. So I'm gonna maybe just exit out of this inspector tab. Maybe we don't need that anymore. And then unlock this inspector and open this prefab. Here's our whistling peach. We need to actually get whistling peach material, which I don't know if we have. We don't, that's okay. So all this whistling peach sapling. All right, glad to hear it, Ray Castley. Okay, rock on. Well, that is awesome. And I'm glad you found it helpful. Okay, so we don't have anything about whistling peach. Right, she said that we were going to make it so whistling peach is summer fruit tree. So let's see if we've got a summer fruit tree sapling. There it is. So there is the sapling version. And then we're just going to whistling peach sapling. Cool. And it looks like we might just be able to increase the size of this a little bit. And as well, just move it up a little, maybe move it over a little. It's not quite centered. Increase the Y, oops, the Y a little bit. And give that a save. Okay, there's stage 0 of the whistling. Move on to the next prefab. I'd love to be able to get one tree in. If we could get one tree in, that would be excellent. Stage 1. Okay, here we go. So we need a new material for that. Whistling peach fruit tree, call it. Peach fruit tree. The title isn't super important. And let's see if we can get that summer fruit tree. There we go. And we'll hook this up to summer fruit tree. All right, so this one obviously does not work. We've got a different shape. It's no problem. We just need a new mesh. In fact, no, let's go ahead and outline it. Yeah, we'll copy this entire thing over. So I'm just going to copy -5, and then we want, instead of spundlewood, we've got our whistling peach. Whistling peach. 3. And whistling peach fruit. Let me go ahead and open it, make sure it's actually formatted like that. Maybe it's not. Right, of course, it's not called whistling peach, it's called summer fruit tree. So let's crack open the summer fruit tree. And we have a bunch of flowers. And okay, so I think that this one is just going to want multiple textures. I don't quite know why this is just hanging off on the edges like this. I might have to ask Jacqueline about it. Let me go ask her. Okay. So Jacqueline has informed me that man, do these have masks? Let me get rid of these masks first of all. These are just white masks, but this one has an actual mask right here. I'm gonna turn that off. All this stuff on the edge, she thought it looked cool, but she says that it probably won't look good in games, so just get rid of it. So I just need to make a little layer, a little mask for this. I'm just gonna grab all this stuff. I'll leave that little one hanging off there. Yeah. And we're gonna do one, invert the selection there, and just flood fill that, just so I can easily grab the selection. So I'm gonna fill it with black. Come on, man. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Okay. There, so we don't have the texture mask anymore. And then I'm gonna break off that stuff. And now I'm just gonna delete it off of these other layers. And if I remove the top two, here we go. Say fun fruit explosion. I don't know what to call it. And then this is going to be fun fruit explosion too. And then we need this stuff to be gone. We might as well, honestly. Yeah, so we're going to have to save one. Oh, we can't save it because we don't have it checked out because we're fools. I'm a fool. You're not a fool. We're not fools. I'm not going to drag you guys into this. Summer fruit tree. Check it out. Then I'll go ahead and save that. And then I want to save off a copy, export. I'll just do it as PNG. Well, but first I need to enable this other stuff. So let's go ahead and export a PNG. Quick export as PNG. Summer fruit tree ripe. Why is it in UI? Is this thing in UI? No, it's in orchards. So sprites, orchards, summer fruit tree ripe. There. Now there's the fruited version. And then we'll call this fruit 1 and fruit 2. Now we'll save it. And then we'll exit out here. So all we need to do is outline this. So we need summer fruit tree. And then we're also going to have another material called summer fruit tree fruited, where we're going to load the fruited version of the texture. Now we need to make sure that we've got the correct settings on this. So I'm just going to off as transparency, and we've turned off mipping. Cool. And then I'm going to grab the name of this tree. You know, it doesn't even matter. Doesn't matter. And now I'm going to load in that image. Summer fruit tree, so that I can see what I'm actually doing. I really don't need all of these verts. I should really just start from a plane. So I'm going to dissolve all these verts right here. Dissolve some verts and dissolve some verts. And we will flatten this out, flatten this out. And we'll flatten this top out. And I'm just gonna sort of make this a plane big enough to fit the tree. I'll just run an unwrap on it. It's not big enough, so move it over more. Unwrap. Oh, come on now. Come on. What are you doing? Oh, you're doing exactly what I asked you to do. Sorry, Blender. Hope you can forgive me. Okay, now, so here's our outline, and then I'm just going to cut it out very roughly here. And it only needs to be cut out because if it's this big, since we're actually using the render mesh for selection, it's going to cover up a bunch of stuff. Like you can imagine if there's something behind here that the player is trying to click on, but it wasn't interacting because the tree was stealing the interaction, it would just be really annoying. So that's why I'm cutting it out like this. Honestly, I might even cut a little bit closer, but I tend to not like cutting super close because Jacqueline sometimes changes the drawing. Okay. Set origin to geometry. Put it right in the middle there. So here's the non-fruited version. And here's the fruited version. We don't even need a fruited version. Delete it. And then we'll go ahead and export that. So what is this dummy called? It's called Whistling Peach Tree. And then we'll just update the mesh. Underwood tree. I'm just going to swap out this. Whistling Peach Tree. There we go. Very nice. And we'll use that same one for the collision mesh. Cool. And what else? Yeah, we're good. We're good. I think that that's pretty much it there. And now we need to go on to stage 1 or stage 2. Yeah. So here we're moving on to stage 2 of the Whistling Peach Tree. Open that. And I don't think we even need the fruit. I think we just need this, and we're going to go with Whistling Peach. Whistling Peach. Except we need a fruited version of this. I'll just call it ripe. And then in the ripe, we will load in our summer fruit tree ripe. There. All right. I think that's it. Now, I don't think it'll work first try just because that seems hard to believe. Whistling Peach Sapling is the name of the item. I'm going to copy that item, and then I'm just going to give it to myself. Here I'm going to pop into farming mode. I'm very blue. My white balance is very off. I wonder if there's an easy way to change white balance. Curious. Configure video, and then there's a brightness, saturation. Looks like there is a hue, but no, that ain't no white balance. That's silly. What is the point of that control? That's crazy. There is a white balance, but I don't have access. Oops, okay. Settings stuck. I'm all purple now. Figure video. The hue should be 0. Can you, what are you doing? 0? I guess you can't actually type things in. Let's apply that. Nope, you can't do anything. All right. Anyhow, what we're going to do is plant our tree. We also desperately need to move that check. That is not right. I'm surprised it even worked that much. I can't click on our Instagrow anymore, so that's cool. I'm curious if we had another plot of a tree next to it. if it would even have enough room. I don't know why I can't click on that. The answer is no. But it doesn't look bad, I guess. It looks fine, so whatever. Okay, it actually works. I'm really surprised. I'm really quite surprised. And you know, it looks cool. Like I like this tree. I think it looks good. And I think that's a cool like little orchard area to have such dense trees there. I think it'd be nice if it had like variants or something, but whatever. Okay, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna call it. That is great stuff right there. Very happy about that. I'm gonna make a little Trello card for myself. Move confirm button off flute puck until mode. And other modes, question mark. Done. All right, so just so I don't forget, other than that, I think that that is just peachy. The refreshing, all of this stuff pertains to seasonal trees work. We'll just put that in there. Other than that, I can just check all this in. Submit all this. All right, and with that, I'm gonna call it a stream. I wanna thank everyone for hanging out with me. If you're new to the stream, please don't forget to check out our game, Songs of Glimmerwick. That's the game that we are currently working on here. And you know, pop over to the Steam page and see if it's your cup of tea. And if it is, please don't forget to give it a wish list. We would really appreciate it. Anyhow, that's all for now. Hopefully I'll catch some of y'all next time. Peace out, folks.